I'm tired today, and my face is it's a bully. I got like a extra chin. It's giving me that ball chin effect. It's just a giant pimple over here. But it's not trouble. um. Yeah. So YouTube's live. So yeah, we're just gonna get into it. We stopped stream last night or technically this morning around 2 a.m. Right? So after that, I kept drawing for maybe like 3 hours. I had to learn how to use a brush, learn how to create a brush. It was a whole trial of learning. I thought I knew the interface of Clip Studio well, but god damn it, that was something to learn. That was a unique trait, and honestly, it influences my abilities and ways to make brushes entirely differently now. We'll definitely explain that when the time comes, but it was a whole trial. Oh, as for the drawing, you guys didn't even see the color. Unfortunately, I colored off street. Yeah, sorry. But it was just what I was doing yesterday. Instead of going into sketching some more of it, I just ended up adding color. And then once I started adding color, I just kept going until it looked semi-decent. I told you we had a pretty good drawing. Funny enough, not much of the drawing has changed. Let me see if I can play. Oh, my pen's still not active. But yeah, it looks like we went up a subscriber. By the way, thank you to anyone who subscribes on YouTube. Like I said, I really appreciate it. I mentioned this earlier, but we were on Twitch. I really do appreciate it. But anyways, the drawing, the art, bell. Boom. Let me get rid of the background. I forgot we added the background too. And the trinkets. The trinkets are their own thing. But yeah, see, the drawing's not much different. If you go back to the old stream, this is pretty much what you got. We got a little yellow in the eyes, but that's just a layer I haven't turned off. But pretty much close. Like I cleaned up the hat and like some of the hair because we got into the painting phase. But other than that, it's pretty spot on to what it was. So with all that, where did I put these? Just right here. I know that. So yeah, for now we're just gonna be painting a little bit more Bill, probably getting the top of the head rendered out a little bit more fully and maybe to the hand. And then we'll also move down to the legs and we'll render that section. And these will be our two sections that we build within everything else, and then we'll fix them if we need to. But honestly, we shouldn't need to fix the head. The head's looking really good. Right. I'm getting the lean. Maybe the shoulders might need to be a little touch, but not really. Like, it's nothing crazy going on at the top section. This mid section, pretty bad, pretty rough, but it's not terrible. Bottom section, super undone, but I see the vision. All right. With that said, normally you want to stop on a cool frame. We definitely got to do the eyes. The eyes are nowhere near done. Speaking of the eyes, is that only one speckle I see? Let's fix that right now. Keeping on my music. Yeah, we gotta definitely deal with this face. So it's a bit of work. I kind of just airbrushed some things in. But what were we doing? There's a speckle that's only one. That's on this. It's in this group. Where is it? Where is it? There you are. Found you. I'm gonna call you white. We can get in there and also mess with the teeth too. Yeah, she's coming along, but there's definitely some stuff. We're gonna draw on this side. This is what I was seeing earlier, and I was like, okay, this would be good on stream. We'll just save all the fixing for this shit later. I'm not actually really good at this. Actually, it's not that I'm not really good at this. I've just never done it at the point in which I am. A little story time while we get this stuff going. But I do finish drawings, or I have in the past. But not in recent days, right? And by recent days, I mean a couple of years, maybe like 3 to 4. I haven't really finished a drawing ever. And I was thinking about it the other day. It's because I ended up practicing animation. I learned how to paint, so I didn't really need to finish the pieces. I only really needed to learn the certain techniques that I was trying to practice for the time. And if I didn't entirely finish the drawing, that's okay. Move on, get better. I think the one piece that was I didn't finish really quick, and that I ended up finally deciding that, okay, I'm ready. Right? I didn't finish this piece, but I'm ready. It was this one, right? This piece is unfinished. Didn't finish the lingerie. Didn't really finish what was supposed to be in the background. It's supposed to be more than an empty room. There's some elements, just some things that are just not complete on this drawing. But once I got that background in there, I felt confident. I was like, okay, I think I can try and push towards my animation skills and such. And so I started doing a little bit more animation right after that. And then, bam, here we are streaming. But all up until that was just practice painting. Practice painting, practice painting, practice painting, practice painting, and no finished work. But I finished work way back before I did all that practice. Let's clean up this slide over here. Let's start with the paint. But yeah. Paint's down here. I need to label this paint. So I keep like scrolling past it. It's so incognito. The other day I was just like, I want a finished piece. I haven't made a finished piece in ages. So when we were thinking about it, that's why we spent so long yesterday. This bell piece is supposed to be my first break-in to finishing my pieces again. And once we start doing that, I could start making personal, original pieces and finishing those, potentially. If this goes well for me, and I'm not talking like likewise, I'm talking performance-wise. If this goes well for me, yeah, I'm gonna feel confident. It's the trick, right? I'm not a confident guy, but set myself the right goals and achieve them, I can probably gain confidence. And if those goals truly aren't impossible, then art almost always seems to just be a matter of time. That's why people go to AI, right? Fuck the time learning. Fuck the time growing. Fuck the time trialing. Give me the art. Give it to me now. Oh no, I relate. Trust me, I relate. Alright. I think that's nice and clean. We could probably come in here and do some work on the actual lines now themselves. Because they are definitely all over the place. Sounds like my nephews are taking off. They never say bye. Does it hurt a little bit? Yeah, but that kid's, what do I expect? They have to think about it. Just doing some cleaning. Realistically, I could probably do this. Let's see if we can't do this faster. I'm gonna airbrush them out. Cause I can see all these shapes. So if we airbrush this stuff out and replace it with refine our lines or erase and then replace. Erase and replace. Okay, we're getting somewhere. And not every line needs to come back, it seems. But these underlines definitely do. Yeah, I like that idea. And then we can jump back to the paint. Ay. I lied. Thought it was going to be a good jump. It was like a jump but a trip. Yeah, we need to be on this side. Almost get distracted. It's getting kind of whiskey. Is that the background? Yeah, I think that's the background. And then this is the line. What the heck, Nani? Why are you there? Is that really the background? There's no way. Wouldn't believe it. And I don't. Because it's not. I'm gonna just delete it. Fuck the bullshit. Trick of the trade. I don't know where the fuck that line. Oh wait, no, I know where it is. I know exactly where it is. It's right here, right? No, it's not. Where the fuck is that? Where is it coming from? Is it purple? I know that. I probably should learn to find these things, but I was gonna do a trick, but it's alright. We found it. No trick necessary. Wuthering Waves. They released a new video, I'm guessing, in that new girl, right? We can delete this for now. Actually, no, keep it. Alright, back to the side. Oh wait, wrong side. We are on the right side. So what do we want to do? I definitely want to render this face. Right. Let's get that airbrush going. Erase the things we don't need or that are excessive. Don't need. Excessive. And then come back in with the actual eraser. Oh yeah, if I switch those up, then I gotta remember that. And add back in a few lines. We can always add back in paint too, so don't worry about that little hook there. And this is how we're gonna do the refinement into final phase. Why? Because it works for me. Realistically, there might be another phase where I end up just fainting everything, merging the line into the paint, and then making a new line layer for extra crispiness. But I shouldn't really need to. This should work out. I'm guessing some of the render is a little weird. Get rid of some of this. You know what? I'm gonna start doing this. I think this can go ahead and merge. There's no real reason why it shouldn't. And then this way we can paint a little more faithfully. So this is gonna be a good color. Alright, we got some excessive black lines coming from the top. Now, typically, I could also get these lines colored, right? And that's really gonna merge it. But I still see some issues within the render itself. I don't think we need that line. Trying to get better at it. So what's happening down here is unclear. Ooh, I was like, my background changed on like a moment. What the heck? Oh, that makes sense. Never mind. Wrong layer. Ooh, I should make a wrong lever thing for lever boo. Yeah, whites is not auto playing. Do that. Ooh, solely the reaction just went up. That's gonna be a fun one to get to once I'm off this. All right. I think that's everything, right? Yeah. All right. I had to do a few things. I'm back. Did we not color the purple? Or am I tweaking? We didn't color this? I sit here and I scroll looking for this color all the time and it's just not there. No wonder I can never find this layer. Oh no, it got merged. That's what happened. It was definitely there. We're just filling out some of these colors. Now down here we gotta do some work. We actually gotta do some work. I guess we could fill this. I wasn't sure I was going to. That's fine. This we're gonna reveal though. And then this we're gonna cut here. And then we'll thin the shape of the face. Because the paint went too far on the face, that's all. Maybe not. Maybe my boys are still here. Maybe that's why they didn't say bye, Jay. Ooh. Ooh. I'm all shy and bashful. Well, I did hear a door open. It's 6 o'clock. Oh, am I right? Dude, the way the shadow works, it just like covers like my hair and makes my dark brown hair or dark black hair even darker, creating this effect of like there's so much forehead and then there's probably more forehead but it's going into the darkness. No, that's my hair, bro. Dude, I hate age. I should die. This way I don't have to deal with it. Kid in Minecraft. Should die in Minecraft. Get down here, do some work. And then we can finally really start rendering this face. Once we start dealing with stuff like that. In fact, any stray lines, stray smudges, straight lines, stray smudges, stray smudges. Is that a line? Yeah, that's part of the line. Let me get rid of that. And this can go back into this. It doesn't need to be perfect. I'm being meticulous right now. I don't actually. Probably didn't need to come down and like erase those little grays. Like it's my finished work. It's not finished work for like a job. If this was a job, oh no, I'll definitely be going over this with the cleanest of lines. But since it's just for me, a little gray on the edge ain't gonna bother me. If it bothers my art fans, maybe I'll try and learn something new. For now. But for now. Alright, that's where it was. That is indeed where it was. It wasn't a perfect render, that's why. What about this one? It was thick, that's why. Okay. Thickness sometimes is a worry. Alright. I think we're mostly done with that. We just needed some decent edge control, you know. Some decent edge control. Because our edges were all over the place. Smudgy, unclean, especially in this section. I mean, that's not what I'm trying to say. Where was I? I saw an issue. And now I lost it, fooling around with layers. Where are you, issue? Oh, there you are. I mean, obviously. Alright, let's come down here to the face. First things first. So, fucking blush. We don't need anything up in here. All this is excessive like line work. Get rid of all of that. Alright. Face is looking kind of clean now. It's like really dirty. It's still kind of dirty. But you know, a face is a very important part to stay very clean. You don't want much here, if not anything, you know, from your lines smudging around. I think we need a shadow on our nose. Let's get a color dodge on our hat. I don't think it's gonna be too crazy. Like the color dodge on her hair is also not like refined. It's just kind of put in there for now. But I wanted the edges to make sense, right? There was an issue like with this. You see that? Is it? Is it a shape issue or is it just a shading issue? That's the real question, right? That's where I am right now. Hey. Work with me, brush. Because we could just do that. I don't know. I feel like I'm in between a rock and a hard place with this one. I think shape might be off, but I also think shadow might be off. Maybe both. Maybe neither. Yeah, it's definitely shape. Let's fix it. So what do I have to do? Let's first get rid of this. And we'll work here on the paint. Let's just chop it. That's all I feel, right? I feel like this part of the hair gets a little too far out. Like it got yanked out of the silhouette. That's all I feel. Chill. I could move the lines too. I could be that guy. I could move the lines too. It's nothing stopping me really. Yeah, let's move the lines. I was trying to see if there was any bad reason to not. But we can. Aye. Alright, I definitely saw a bell there. Maybe like right there. Still too far, right? There still feels like its edge is too far. It's rare that I make hair that blooms too far out. It's rare. Do we not go in far enough? Yeah, I'm seeing a bit of bell there. Oh yeah. Yeah, I think that's a lot better in terms of silhouette. Instead of it being way over there. You know? Makes way more sense. Oh yeah, I thought I might show the time lapse, but I don't think it'll be easy. Maybe a little bit later I'll try and we'll take a look at the time lapse at the end. See how far we've come. I'm gonna look like this, like a hooded weird man, because my afro is pushing up the hair. I ain't showcasing my hair today, because my shower comes after stream. Y'all can blame me. I just wanted to draw. It's my day. Or it was last night. Ooh. I think we can go in here and get some work done on the eyes, and that'll probably do us some good. That and coloring the lines will probably go a long way. I want to always push the drawing forward. So we've been doing some good work here on the edge of the hairs. Yeah, we've definitely come a way. Let me get rid of that one stray dot coming from the background. Alright. I guess now it's a smudge. God darn nematodes. Yeah, happy. Alright, better. Anyways, back to Belle. So I put a little dash here because I thought it was gonna lead into an ear, but that's way too low. So we're gonna go ahead and fill that out, and we'll just keep it like that. We might actually add that little cube for variancy then. But let's go ahead and go over to the hair just for a little bit longer. I was seeing it as we were zooming out. I was like, ooh, ooh, that's bad. So yeah, the cube I was talking about was here. Or I guess triangle, my bad. Bad terminology. And I'm right here, and I'm right here. Listen here, Belle. Ah. I kind of want like a mid color actually. Not that mid. Yeah, it's kind of better. Let's get to the skin. In my hair. 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 Alright, what's our render issues? I think this. Nah, that don't make sense. Realistically, there's something missing. There's like some shot. Like something missing here. But it ain't that. There ain't no way it's that. Unless it is. Maybe I'm crazy. Ooh. I need to wash those eyes. They're going to be part of the biggest problem of throwing things off because they're like so dark and so not finished that a lot of things are going to look worse than they might actually be. But regardless, I think we can definitely use some. There's no way. I want to fill this area back out. We'll reshadow it if we need to. My brain is foggy. I don't know exactly what I should do. I've done so many different things to try out this stuff. Like I've done this technique before to make eyelids, and then I've done other stuff, but I want it to be more anime, and I feel like this isn't very anime. That's why I'm like, maybe I should just simplify more of the elements to make it more anime, right? That's always a better solution. Simplify the elements. That should help make it more anime. Yeah, I think that's a little bit better. We can at least work with this. What's up with that? You see that right there? You see that right there? Check out my layers. See what I'm working with. Now, what was I doing? I just added some color dodge for the fun of it. You guys can probably see it. It's over here in these corners. Right? And down here in this edge. The tip was already there. But I was like, her face is missing a little bit of bounce. Just a smidget. It was like falling into the back of space. Anyways, besides that, that's just for our eyes. We'll probably blend it in so it's not even noticeable at all. But something was catching my eye. The shadow on the nose and the shadow on the eye. Alright, let's see if we can do this. It's always a good blending technique, but do we have a mid-tone? I guess we should put a shadow back here, right? But if we do that, like, there's no point in having double nose relations. So we would honestly get rid of the color dodge on here. People typically pick one or the other. They do the color dodge nose relation and then maybe a speckle of light, or they do a slight they do the light nose definition, and then they do like a little airbrush of shadow. And those are like the rules. I guess you can do a little airbrush of light too if you really wanted to. It's not just stopping you. In fact, let's play. Let's see what happens. We got our light color here. Now, typically, it's not that dark or not that light. I do that on purpose. I don't want it to be doing too much effect, right? But it can probably do a number on this. I don't think we'll have to make it brighter. Ooh, that's an erase. Ooh, before we go and make some very destructive plays, we'll save up like a spawn point. All right, let's try that airbrush. Yeah, not a bad effect, you know. You can do a little airbrush of light. It holds some value. We can rock it if we want to. I don't think it distracts, and it definitely doesn't take away. So sure, why not? Oh, let me see that speckle though. I want to see what happens when I add a dot. Yeah, no, it's not even visible thanks to the airbrush. Yeah, that's okay. That's kind of the idea, right? Just out of curiosity, out of pure curiosity, I am gonna make a lighter touch just so we can see it. Ooh. A little bit lighter, bam. It should be visible. It's nice and visible. It's not too visible, but it's visible. Alright. As is as it is. We need to render more, right? We need to render more. Let's not get too distracted. We're about to get into the eyes. That's where we're going to get a lot of play, and then we'll also do our hair trinket. Did I put the... I'm not going to lie. I didn't... I think we have something. I think we have a reference with bell properly turned. I didn't do my research. Okay, I did not do my research. I don't even know if her in is this color. I don't know if her in... Yeah, it's basically like the same as old school in, but the shape's a little off. We'll definitely mess around with it later. Shape's a little off. It's not orange. Well, that's a surprise. Maybe that's just in this art. Yo, Haran, get up out of here. You're from yesterday. Alright. We'll worry about the inconsistency later. We gotta decide what to do with this line right here. Right now. It's one of the major offlines. That and some of the painting in the back, actually. Let me hit that paint real fast. That's probably the easiest one right there. What the fuck's going on there? Yo, what is this stabilization? Stabilize me, homie. Don't hold me back. The two sides of my life. Anyways. These things keep trying to fly out of my ears. Alright, we're doing a lot of miscellaneous freaking stuff because I keep zooming. We should have solved that. Let's solve that right now. I got an answer. I keep zooming out and then finding like small inconsistencies or issues, right? So We'll put Belle's face here in a place where I find it comfortable, where I want to do work. Okay. Let's go, guys. Pretty easy to see. Ooh. Let's actually flip these. I want this side. This way I'm not covering it. I don't use double windows because I don't know. Too much of one drawing makes me bored after a while. I've tried having double windows up for the entirety of a drawing, and it seems to dwindle my drive for the process. Don't know why. It's like I get drawing overload a lot faster. That's all. Which is like when you're just on the same drawing for too long. And it just tuckers you out. Even thinking about coming back to do the piece because you haven't finished other pieces and other shit like that. That's overload. When you want to just get away from a drawing. And I think I hit that point way faster when I have this kind of stuff up. But I won't lie. This stuff is great. Because now I don't have to zoom out to see my changes and how they affect the drawing overall, right? I could just watch as I perform. In moments like these, it's a lot better and a lot quicker. I think we need to get some color lines now, right? Because we're needing to erase these lines, but realistically, we might not even need to erase as much of them as my eye is requesting, because they're just probably, it's just probably because they're black that I feel the need to come over here and clean them off the face, you know. I was about to say the most racist statement. I was about to say it's just because they're black that I had to come and erase them off the face of the earth. Obviously, I'm black, so it doesn't count. I'm talking about the lines, people. That's the funny part. But yeah, it's just because the lines are black that I really feel the need to come over here and keep touching up on them. Alright. Let's clean them. Or not clean them, let's color them. Otherwise, I am gonna be here forever. Do I want this gone or not? Do I want it gone or not? Before we color the line. My stomach is a funny thing, man. It acts like I didn't just eat before I went to bed. I'm like just waking up. What did you use all that for? Healing my goddamn pimples. Alright, let's refine that edge and then, yeah, we'll color these lines. Yeah, reading the drawing from the far is definitely a lot better though. Way easier to see what's going on, right? What's causing the major issues. That kind of thing. So we can get a nice clean basis to work with. Just double, triple checking. No line. Oh, no, 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 no. Come on, Bluetooth device. There we go. No line, right? I don't want no hair here. I think so. I think I don't want to. She has a little bit of open space. We can use this to make her look more like herself. In fact, one of the major issues, this right here. Flip with me. Yeah, that area was definitely a little. You know what? Let's get a nice highlight color and edge this off. I don't really know how to do this, but I know I should do it, so I'm gonna do it. Gotta pick a nice color. Stick it in this range. Like there. Okay. Alright. Yeah. I think I can work with that. It's a little blue. I just like that. I don't know. Like kind of super blue. What's going on with the hair anyway? Something's going. That's where those values are coming in. This is what I meant by the color dodge. It's been very refined. Let's play with it a little bit. Let's come down here with the color dodge. Ooh, though I'm not sure I'm a fan of that blue that we use. So maybe we need to change that first. I don't think it's the end of the world, right? I'm probably overthinking it. Oh, our real issue. Yeah, I don't like it. It's like, I don't know what it is. It's not the blue I want. It went in real good, but it's just not the blue I want. So we're gonna go backwards. I don't want to move forward too much, and actually, you know what? It's fine. I should be able to repaint that. It's not a biggie. We'll find a new blue later. All right. So, with all that said and done, what left do we have to do? We still have to add that color dodge to the hat. Yeah, let's color those lines. I think she's looking pretty Belle-like. Her eyes aren't, but her hair pretty much is. We'll get those eyes right in a bit. What were we doing? Oh yeah, the hat. Sorry, my music is distracting me. Oh, I forgot to put on the chat. Oh my God, there's people. There was a person here. First time from the radio. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm sorry if I'm screaming in the mic. I have no clue. People probably aren't. Oh. I didn't even have to chat up the whole time. I'm so sorry if anyone was here. Thank you for stopping by and thank you for the raid, Winter Willows. Thank you very much for the raid. I'm so sorry. And I also look goofy. You came on the worst day of my, or in terms of my mental. Okay. Normally I don't get chatters, so it's never a struggle. I appreciate it. Oh. Well, one of these ain't a channel. I can't believe I'm so. Alright. What are we doing for this colored orange? We can go in the green range or close to the green range. Desaturate it. Maybe something like this. Alright, I'm getting somewhere with that. Let's get that color line in. We can at least have a color dodge to play with. If I wanted to make it a little bit whiter, I'd probably just mask it, add in some, What's up with my airbrush? Give me a second. There we go. Come back down to earth. Obviously, dude, I want it to be greener. Chill, chill. There we go. But that's way too white. Yeah. And then we'll probably just airbrush that out if we really need to. My tool is bugging out on me a lot. Keep trying to do things. So, there we go. What was the original color, by the way? I need that, because I might want to bring some of it back. Especially down here. Then maybe do boom, mask. I feel so bad. What's all right. And this is what I mean by I get like drawing overload. Sometimes when I'm like close up, I'm sorry, I'm like speaking loud. Now I'm like concerned about the way I'm talking and everything. But yeah. Sometimes when I'm close up and then I zoom back out on this, it's just too much of the same drawing. seeing some things. Alright, I think that's good for now. It's a bit extreme, right? In my personal opinion, but I think it does good work. It's the shading doing okay. Yeah, that's doing fine. No, that's not working. Alright, so what are we actually doing? Line coloring, that's what we're supposed to be doing. We're supposed to color the lines so that we can actually start seeing Belle merge into something reasonable, and then we get to the eyes. This is muted, right? Cool. I'm like, should have known. Alright, anyways. I would just laugh about that like most of the day. Alright, we got a line color here. Line coloring is something I'm still not that experienced in. I kind of get the gist. But it gets a little bit more complicated than I like to understand. Because you can use multiple different colors for the same color. Alright. Like we got this color down here. But different points of the hair are technically different colors on the line. Because that one doesn't match, it's not dark enough. You know what I mean? That's the kind of stuff that I'm like, ooh, I'm not very versed in. But we're getting somewhere, right? You can see the drawing starting to merge into itself. For comparison's sake, it's like that to that, you know. I actually don't even like this teal going on here. It's a little too teal. So should I erase it first? That's the real question. Hold on, let me turn this baby up. Yeah, I think it needs to be more purple. We keep adding this blue and it feels too blue to me. Just a little bit more purple with some like less saturation, right, than you would normally expect. Maybe like right here. How is that not the color? Oh, it's a color. That's pretty good. But see, this is what I mean. I don't fucking understand how other artists do this so fast. It takes me a while to feel like I'm finding the right color. But they probably just don't dwell on their decisions. That's all it is. Right? I dwell on it. Think about it. change it. Alright, let's get a new color. This one's pretty good, but I don't think it's going to work going into the shadow area back here. Yeah, it's way too light. Unless we just are okay with losing the lines. Which I'm not okay with. Actually, I don't know. Doesn't look that bad. We could probably rock it for a little while. Then get another darker tone. I still want a darker tone. We're at 4. Let's go there. Holy balls, that is indeed dark. And that is not dark. Alright, our color wheel might be too small. Because the adjustments are micro and they're making big changes. Yeah. This is unfortunate. As if we aren't, like, as if we don't have very little space to begin with. Come up here, Will. Alright. This is what we gotta do when we fucking pick color lines, because the micro adjustments are ridiculous. Yeah, there we go. We're getting closer now. There we go. It's a lot easier to find. Alright. I think we're good for now. Let's render this face a little bit more. Wait a minute. Turn it on. Turn it on. Turn it off. Turn it on. Anything missing? Anything? Yeah. That. And that. No, it's probably from the bottom down. And then we gotta probably come from the bottom down here too. I think that's good enough. Coming off as like a block of paint for the most part. I don't know what line is still triggering me that the hair has like black points. And that's not entirely bad, but we were trying to get rid of whatever black points were showing up. Or vibes of black point. I thought we did a pretty good job. Like, yeah, obviously that line, but... Okay. Alright, I think we're good there. Let's see if we can't render some face. I don't think we're gonna need the line color height of the fucking color wheel. I don't like the color wheel taking up too much space. Not that I don't like having good color picks, but like I said, I'm limited on room as it is. Let's stick back to one drawing for a little bit. So what are we doing? We got some face to do. Some face to do. Oh, before that. All these color dodge intersections. Just getting it where it really intersects where it shouldn't be. There's no reason to be there. Getting rid of it. Let's get the let's get this with no density. Repair that real fast. Alright. Give it its density back. I had a chance. Yeah, I did. This side is clearly not coming together over here on the right side for her face. So yeah, like I said, like we've been needing to. Let's get our butt down here. Freaking render this face. And yet here I am. Seeing black points. Forgive me. Oh yeah, I can't do this without the view from afar, so it doesn't really matter. Probably just shouldn't mess with these. Probably just shouldn't mess with this. Yeah, what do I do? Alright. Well, when we were getting close, it was a little too much black point. Alright, let's go ahead. See, one thing, or I guess, nah, you could still have black point issues even if you were to refine line this instead of doing what I'm doing. Right, which is just erasing my old lines and adding new ones. If you were to make actual line art, you could still run into this issue, or I still run into this issue. Now we're refining this area. We're gonna go ahead and airbrush. Now this is the ear. Now we can see that ear. That is an ear. Get rid of all of this. Fade it to where we need to stroke. Alright, stroke. Need some stabilization. Now you can stabilize me, homie. Now you can hold me back. Nice. We should be able to work with that. We'll make different line weights and different things as we go along. There's the clean line. Get rid of all this other chunk. And then as we come up here, we meet the ear, which has its own lines. another line inside, and that's it. Should be all we need. I gotta go to work though, man. I gotta work for Billy. I was just thinking about it. A song just came on that made me think about him. All right. There's a nice clean bale on that side, right? Dude, why does my shadowing suck? The face got cleaned up, and you know what I saw next? More hair issues. I was never good at rendering hair to begin with. It's my biggest struggle because I just don't know. I learned too many techniques, and then in reality, I don't need them all to functionally be a little simpler with my approach. Is sometimes more effective. Simpler, but focused. Right? Instead of just keeping adding and not really having any clear focus in the choices that I made. Just hoping for the best. There are some things that will lead you into an art pit. Alright, I think that's okay. Maybe. Man, this is tough. This is the thing that's tough right here. Let me see what I can do about it. I'm like, it looks like I want to go from here to here. By the way, that's in correct motion up there. Shouldn't do that. Should only come in shadow arc down. It should eat into the light. I was studying Neko the other day. And he definitely likes to eat into the light. Instead of having the light peel out. He makes a light like a round source or a blotch of like, oh, the sun hits here or the light hits here. And then he eats into it with the shadow. I come up with stupid phrasings to describe things. This way, keep a good idea about how it works. Basically, I'm just making little fangs. Alright, enough of that. Enough of that jazz. There was a face to render. We got all distracted again. I think we're on to the eyes. We're actually getting done with a decent amount of the stuff that we're an hour and 20 minutes in. Yeah, we're getting done with a decent amount of the stuff we wanted to get done with. That is a hair issue more than it is a skin issue. So we don't need to worry about that spot. What the heck is that? Oh, that makes sense. So you should have looked like this. I was like, Nani? But we were painting, that's why. We were painting. And do I say Nani unironically? Not unironically. Alright. And like we said, this was a hair issue over here. Alright, now I can actually see that the lip thing is a little a little wonky. We can go ahead and erase those lip lights. Maybe just one. But if we're going to have this one, it needs to tilt correctly. It needs to be in a better spot. Maybe like right there. Nah. I think we just get rid of them. Oh snaps, I just realized these things are on the same color dodge layer as the airbrush we put here. That might be a complication. We might have to airbrush these out for the best effect. Because we don't want to damage the little dot or the airbrush we put there too much. Okay. Ooh, time to reposition. So, sometimes you gotta stretch. Stay healthy while you're drawing people. Yeah, I think we're on to the eyes. Eh? Oh, yeah, the trinkets. Do we need any more trinkets? her color dodge is super intense nowadays. It's fine. It's fine. We'll get down to these legs after all. We'll probably just, what we'll end up doing is we'll, do the eyes, play with the hand a little bit, probably do the collar to the hand. I don't know if we'll do the second hand. We'll probably save that for another day. And then we'll go do the legs, and then we'll move on to other projects for fun. This one came along pretty well. Here, let me, I think I need to go figure something out real fast. And then we'll get right back to it. I switched right back into position, by the way. I gotta reposition again. I could already feel my spine trying to bully me. Oh, my hair, man. Such a rough day. I don't care, though. I really wanted to draw. I'll have less rough days. Ugh. This hood ain't doing me no favor, nor it's my dry afro. Oh, my pen went out. Yeah, I guess I can mess with that trinket part. Here. Music is hitting hard. Alright. What were we doing? I forgot. We said we're gonna do the. Are we really? I think it's eye time. Right? There's a small little, like, I guess we could do this real fast. But this ain't like doing anything. It's just like putting a shadow here. Yeah, I think it's just eye time. The blue started to fit in there pretty well, even though I don't like the color personally. But it does a good job of just like adding some variancy to the eye where it's required. And the blue I'm talking about is this little highlight blue, you know, on the edges. But oh, that's what I wanted to touch. I knew I was seeing something. Let me touch the teeth. Reposition. And breathe. Now where is the eye white? I guess I can color this now, right? It's that time. Since we've gotten done with this in like an hour and a half, unless the legs take forever, we will probably be yeah, unless the legs take forever. We'll probably be drawing the second pose. Maybe some extra elements too, if we're really lucky. Hell no, that shit sucks. I did think the eyeshadow was a little weak, but I didn't think it was that weak. Yeah, I see it. So smudge it. That works. I kept trying to erase it, it wasn't going. If the erase doesn't work, try smudging. Maybe smudge erasing. Maybe marquee smudging, who knows. That's also. My eye's pretty good. I saw that it wasn't filled. Somehow. And now that's now it is filled, but now that's That's part of the line. This is where having drawn actual lines would have saved me a little bit of trouble. But only a little. Should I make these edges darker? Then the inner line a little bit less. Should it get thicker here, thinner here for some reason? Yeah, that's what I'm reading. Alright, let's do some eyes. They're calling to me. They're calling to me. Oh my, me and my terrible hair. I'm gonna look up every time and it's gonna be like that. Cause when I look down, I like pull my head out of my hair and then that means the hood goes back and it pulls my hair back. What can I do? What can I do? What I can do is actually do my hair before spraying, but I do it too much, man. I just wanted to get on. All right, let's continue. Anything we're missing, or anything of major concern? Honestly, not really. I think we could do the whatchamacallit without worry. The eyes. My issue with the eyes is I have no clue what to do. We might be here for a little while, maybe even 30 minutes, which is a fucking long time for eyes in the Arctic. Trust me, 30 minutes. Like for one like pass. Who knows? I might have to come back and do more. It's a lot of eye. I see niggas whip eyes together in like 15 minutes. 10. I'm trying to figure out where I put them. Oh, there we go. We'll make them a black. A close to black. And we'll make it like orange. So what are we doing with these suckers? First things first, let's get rid of the inner lines. We don't need any of that stuff. Now that we're getting into major eye shapes. That was all for drawing elements when I drew it, you know? Ooh-wee, there's a lot going on here. Y'all see all this, man? We got eye colors coming from underneath. Let me play with that. Clearly something didn't get liquefied. So way down here, this is eye white, right? So that means this is what we're looking for. This is what we're looking for. Yeah, what's up with this, buddy? What's up with this? I can't believe it. I feel so bad. I really appreciate Winter Willis coming through. I won't ever see me make that mistake again. Yeah, now it's starting to make sense that the top is looking kind of funky. This top is looking kind of funky. Hold on. Maybe we want that though. Yo, what would happen if we, before we go and fix the top of the skin, what would happen if we did something else? What if we moved the lines in relationship to the eye rather than the eye in relationship to the lines? I guess I could. Let's see how that looks. Because this reads better to me. Not as like a full-on structure, but like from a like just start point. We can definitely move a few things. So like this peak is still a little too crazy, even for a bloom, you know. Wrong brush. I knew that. I knew that. Alright, now we can fill that out. We still got a bunch of lines to clean, so we better get up in there. We better get up in there. So Belle does tend to have some eyelashes. The question is, would it be facing down right now? There's reason to believe that it would. Yeah. We gotta get way down here because there's a lot going on here. Look at all this. Get rid of all of that. All that is just fluff. Oh dang, do I have a bunch of I do. I was like, dang, do I have a bunch of stabilization or something? I indeed do. Yeah, I don't know why these are so smudgy, but it's probably because they got liquefied. That's why all these edges are like super soft. I think we would have an easier time if they were all super soft. But they like, oh, I definitely remember them getting liquefied, actually, I remember. So now they're all just a little blurred, which isn't a big deal from afar, but what about when somebody zooms in? What about? But yeah, that's what I mean by, yeah, I definitely see that there's some issues going on with the eyelids and stuff. We'll get there. Let's add some Bell actual elements to the eye. Maybe we'll fix the final edges of this in a bit. Is that the blush? Is the blush bullying my eye right now? Get out of here, blush. There we go. Now that's a nice clean palette to work with for the most part. I mean, unless I wanted to get rid of that blush too, which is an option. It is an option. Get something clean like this. Let's zoom out for a second. See what we're working with. We're getting there. Ooh, you see that? Ooh. Shouldn't take long. I keep coming back to the hair. I keep coming back to the hair. Maybe I might need this color. Maybe I might need this one. Where are we? Oh yeah, up here. See that? Let's give it some impressions. My butt is getting super hungry for some reason. I'm gonna go work out too. I don't know why I'm so hungry. I gotta figure out what I'm gonna eat. I have no clue. On my stomach. It's starting to eat itself. Dude, I wanted to go for 3 hours and then go eat and do my life errands and shit. Ugh. My stomach is bullying me right now. Okay. Yeah, I put the shadow in the wrong spot, but where should it go then? Right here. I'm calling back to Texas, y'allin'. We're holding on to what's golden. Shot calling. We're holding on to what's golden. Yeah, we're definitely gonna get down there to those legs. Let's play some eyes. I think that's more Belle than it was. It was like this before, right? Gave her a nice little fang and then cleaned up some of the hair render on that side. I think that's solid. Let's move back to the eyes. So the thing is, Belle's eyes are kind of, I guess I can go get them, right? I could just go get Belle's eyes real fast. The way they look in that image, obviously one, low quality, and two, aren't really accurate to the old school. Well, not accurate, but they're not. No, I didn't ask for that. I asked. I just want to see Belle. CCC. Google, why are you trying to be difficult? The hot music. The hot music. Give me a high render of them eyes. Yeah. Well, that's not a high render. Anyone got a better? Get in some reference. Here, y'all can watch Nora blow up some shit while I grab a reference. Alright, let me see. We got Belle. Let me get the gallery. Just get to the wiki gallery. Go to look at the wiki gallery. Oh my lord. How many images of Belle do they have? Holy balls. Alright, we'll grab a couple of these. We'll grab like two or three of the important ones to get that out of here. Irrelevant. Yo, I know she has splash art, yo. Where's the splash? What the heck? It's not even here. What are they doing to me? I know she can't be selected, but she has like skin splash art, guys. It's literally right here. In fact, it's literally right here. I can see the image. Ooh. Alright, that's a good one. And then this is also a good one. And I think these are all we really need to know exactly what Belle's eyes are supposed to look like. Post time skip. They call this time skip. I guess it is. This should be fun though. I look forward to making some Belle eyes. We're gonna have to really work to make it look a little bit like Belle and the shape. I think the shape is just a little bit off. But we can also try putting the lashes at the top instead of the bottom. Right? I figured the bottom was kind of like the way to go for the way she's like squinting her eyes a bit, but we'll see. Alright, let me pull up these references for you guys. And close all these tabs for me. She is cute. Alright. one do we want first? These two are probably the most relevant since we're going eye painting. All right, chill, chill, normal, chill. And then this one. This one's really good. Yeah, this one's really good. I guess I should technically be making her eyebrows silver. And goodbye me. Now I might actually do that. They do continuously make it silver. It's even silver here, it's silverish. It's not really blue, especially. Alright, let's get in these eyes. Normal, we need way less of you. No, I haven't labeled them because we didn't get the proper coloring yet. Is this everything, right? This is everything, right? Yeah, that's behind the eye. It isn't everything. The yellow is on a separate layer up top. Where art thou, yellow? There it is. Let me just separate it just in case. I have no clue if there's other stuff on this layer, nor do I feel the need to zoom out to figure it out. I'm just gonna cut this off, come way down here. Yep. And now it's in proper position. Alright, now we can work. Oh my god, my stomach. You know what it is? It's probably the food that I ate the other day. Because it wasn't very good. Let's just say it didn't leave a good impression on my stomach. Alright. Let's add some colors. We'll just go ahead and merge these down. We don't really need all this stuff to be really separate right now. You can probably just color select to start. I'm down to put this color here. Actually, let's hard paint it in. Not soft paint it, hard paint it. Don't worry, we'll get to the edges themselves later. I'm like, it's not very circular just yet, but we can still add in the proper colors. The colors being so off just getting to me, you know. I know Belle's eyes. I knew I was drawing them off, but they look accurate if we're just using if we were just using this, but you can't see shit down here. So it's not really wise. We'll open up Soul Eater later when we start drawing some Soul Eater. But probably not today. I mean later, like a different day. I was trying to see if I didn't have to wrap around it this time. My stomach. I'm gonna be a crying baby on stream until it stops bullying me. I'm sorry. He is magic. Oh wait, where are the whites? I'm missing the eye whites. I'll get to it in a second, but oh, I knew that. I knew that. It's magic. Yeah, that's looking more Belle. Oh, wise. Of course, I don't sound like Belle. And don't ask why she's calling her brother's name. You might want food, but what you get is water. Your stupid stomach. Alright. Back into it. What were we doing? I think we were... I totally forgot. Oh yeah, we were searching down something. We were hunting down something. Where did I lose it? Did I get rid of it? Did I delete it? There it is. Ay. Wrong place. We're using the right eye to really test some things. I like it, but there was something I was about to do. I totally forgot what it was. Oh, now I remember. Dude, that's been happening all fucking stream. Right? Me being super forgetful. Told you guys I was getting old. We'll make a new layer for this. I don't want to have to deal with the idea of painting around this. Yeah, I think I like that. If nothing less, it's a good starter with not much change, like with just an additional layer of this, you know. So we can move forward with that. We got some we got some eye cleaning to do over here on this side. Just barely touch the top. She looks a little cockeyed, just a bit. Liquify can probably solve that. But it's fine. It's fine for now. I guess we technically don't need the white if it's underneath. I'll figure that out later. Let's do the other parts. There's still other parts. There are still other parts. I don't think I can get close enough on that. I know what they should look like. I just didn't want to lose sight of the other one. But if I don't get close enough, I'm not going to be able to do what I need to. So it's kind of like a duality. Duality. Alright, it's a little messy compared to the other side. Let's see if we can't clean that up. Alright, we're just going to clean up some of the edges. Make sure it looks all nice and neat. Yeah. What color is this that I'm missing? Is it this right here? Or maybe... Hold on, 1 second. I gotta go back real quick. I'm missing this color. Yeah, that's the color that keeps trying to be here. Or not there. It keeps trying to be here. Yeah. At least if we're mimicking the other eye, that's where it wants to be. Yeah. We put it in the wrong position. We put it in the wrong position. Because we put it on the wrong layer. Are you kidding me right now? Are you kidding me? Sorry for hitting the mic twice. Okay. Everything else we can kind of crispen the lines up now for, which is this side into a blue. Alright, we can go backwards in time and see how it changes. Yeah, see, these aren't too bad. They just don't look the same, that's all. When it's like in this position. Right here. It's not too bad. You could definitely use this. I just wanted to clean it up, see what happens if we get it a little bit closer. Funny enough, I will say, It needs at least one tiny little stroke of this. Even if it's a little too big, a little extra pump is nice. Actually, shouldn't it be this color? I do believe it should, right? It should be this color. And then we can clean up. Alright. They're definitely looking some type of way. We'll stop there. Alright, let's see if we can't fix the cockeyedness. It's going to be a little unfortunate though. We're going to try and fix the cockeyedness, and it might lead to a little bit of blur in the things that we made. But right now, this stuff is questionable where she's looking. I think that's way better, right? So, like a military officer, maybe, kinda. Oh yeah, way better than this. Like, look at where those eyes are, like, feeling like they're looking. They're just a little strange. This at least looks towards us a bit. Alright, anything else? Let me save before we lose all this work. We haven't saved all day. We're definitely still doing more on the eyes, but trying to see what else. Of course, we can take the second as we mentally think about things to go ahead and copy the white over. I haven't really decided what I'm going to do about the white though. The most obvious move would be to just mask it. Not technically the best move, but definitely the most obvious one would just be mask it. Be like bam, be like bam. By the way, we can add a little touch to the hair. I probably won't use this too much, but we can add this little touch to the hair. Take this. The skin color, we also take the shadow of the skin color, which is maybe right about... This is probably as deep of a shadow as we need. Yeah, we definitely need more white into her skin. But we'll worry about that after I do this thing. We were adding to the hair. It's a new layer, so it didn't matter. Alright, well that didn't work. How am I still on the wrong brush? Okay. We got a little too frisky towards this side. Yeah, I'm thinking we use the shadow color, but we also need to shade it just a little bit more. It's just a little too light. It needs to be more what is this, a color dodge? Yeah, don't worry about that. It needs to be more just a little peacher. Right on contact. I know what to do some honestly we could go down to the legs if we really want to. This is definitely more rendered than I do like it. Maybe the thing I don't like is the color. It might be a little too pink, but not enough shadow. So deep pinking it a little bit, add a little bit more shade. I wanted to see the saturation for a little bit. Definitely still too pink. And then too shaded. Yeah, I'm thinking 9. I'm thinking right here is a decent one. I'm messing with the hue and saturation, by the way, if you're wondering what I'm doing. I know that you probably can't even see me do anything right now. It's because I'm moving the numbers like one by one. But on and off. This is on, this was off. It was definitely too red to not shade it, but yeah, I think we keep the saturation at 0. We probably don't mess with the saturation much. And then maybe one more click towards the red. Another. Okay, I like that one. Okay. It's probably not a perfect positioning, but we can probably mitigate some of that. Honestly, we could just probably get rid of some of it in the back, right? Especially. And I guess reasonably we should just be getting rid of it if it leaves the face. We'll probably just smudge it if it's beyond this point. Yeah. And a little bit of bell traits. So the thing I'm not upset with, the thing I don't like, well, I do like this, for whatever reason I'm not getting the proper effect. There's supposed to be a bloom upwards here, a downward rim. So we gotta bring this down here, down there. Yeah, there we go, there we go, there we go. Now now it's starting to get the proper rounding with the face effect. I'm liking it. Let's save. We've done a decent amount of rendering, right? From the start of the stream to now, holy, you could definitely see the difference in the render of Belle's face. She looks clean now. Shit, I'm ready to clean that hand and really get some rendering going. But even though that's the case, and she even has accurate eye color to multiple Bells. Nice, nice. We get this like green tone in there with this Belle, and we get the yellow green from the other Belle. Interesting that they used orange for like Belle's real. I wonder if, let's see, let's add in a circle of orange into Belle's eyes collection. Where's her eyes in? We're adding a lot of layers to her eyes, probably more than I like. We'll eventually merge them down. Entirely terrible. We'll leave him for now. I think this one hits well. Right? Yeah. One of these hits right and the other one doesn't quite. Actually, I don't think it's that big right now. I think this one doesn't hit well. If I was to pick anyone though. Because of positioning. We more than likely, or just probably more than likely, we'll see just a smidget of neck. That shadow should not be there, or that light hitting that shadow. You see that? You should just fill this in. Fill this in now. Save me the trouble. And we'll figure out this section as we go along. This will at least be a better way of visioning it. I'm not trying to come down here and do these lines, but I was asking whether anything was calling to me. It would be these. gonna leave it blank. My eye isn't ready to render this area yet. Even though it is adding good things in some regard, I feel like they're off in others, and that's just not gonna work. Sounds like double work in the future, you know? But I'll add that one line right there and clean that part. That should help us. Maybe. Oh no, it goes like this. And this one doesn't exist. Alright. We could render the hand. Right? We could render the hand. Yeah, I think that helps with her edge there. Look at that edge over there. It's like kind of uncomfortable, and when we take a glance, it at least doesn't bother me anymore, right? I look in that area, I look away. I'll keep moving. So, with that said, what can we do, or what do we have to do? Alright, I think first we'll start here. Something simple like, where's the color dodge? Everybody supersonic racing. Gotta keep your feet right on the ground. And you're supersonic racing. There's no time to look around. Hold on. Yeah, we might go down to the legs pretty soon, and then from legs we'll move on to other stuff. We might skip the hand so that I can work on other projects. And don't look back. Feel the beats. Come on now, race. Everybody, everybody, everybody. I know what it is. Yeah, we're gonna render them legs. I think it's the best time. I think the color dodge is pretty good. I don't know if you guys can see it, but the shoulder shift, I wanted to make some sunlight come from that side, and it seems to be doing a decent enough effect. I think it adds. This is it without, and then this is it with. There's no time to look around when you're supersonic racing. Point of no return. Everybody's supersonic racing. The sonic racing. Supersonic racing. Sorry. I know I'm singing songs that are probably not on, but I'm having on. You'll have to forgive me. Supersonic rail, supersonic racer. We still didn't technically finish the eyes, by the way. There's like lash coloring and like there's stuff to render at the face, but there's so much like actually done that I just was like, I want to get these legs in here. It's the perfect time to just jump from the eyes because we could have did more. There's more to do, and we will go back to it. But it's the perfect time to jump from it and go down, do some other stuff, push the drawing along. Ooh, haven't heard this song in a while. Not since I was fighting. Ooh, I need to be careful. How far back do we go? How far back is too back? Oh yeah, never mind. I don't need to be careful. I forgot we've been drawing down here for a little bit. I didn't want to go undo things that were up there at the face, so I wanted to be careful. Oh man, I look forward to doing the center section. Before we actually move too much into the legs, let me see something. What's up with these hips? Do we actually want to fill this out or not? I think not. I can definitely see it, but maybe a little bit. We can leave it like right here. I actually don't mind it being right here. I feel like we pushed it too far out, but not too far out. To where it's going to be hard to like push it back and get the right effect we're looking for. Now we were rendering some legs, right, buddy? Right, buddy? What the fuck? Where's that dot coming from? I will end you, dot. In Minecraft, I keep saying very questionable things. But where's this dot? There it is. Found you. Alright, let's clean up some of the lines a little bit and then we'll start rendering the actual paint. And then once we're done with all that, or once we're done rendering some of the skin paint, we'll fix in the socks and then we'll probably be mostly done with what we wanted to get done aside from the hands. The only thing bothering me right now is my stomach, not my time or how long we've been drawing. Fade these a little bit, fade that a little bit more. Yeah, no, we don't need any of that, any of that. No, I just need to see what I need to draw over. most of it up. All right, let's get some lines. Now we need to, now you stabilize me, homie. We got up to 50. Holy Lord. And we're doing some pretty hard lines, which is probably not necessary, to be honest. Like, sure, they can have some weight. They don't need to have all the weight in the world. The render will do a lot. So I need to be a little careful about how much weight I give these. This way we don't have to come back and thinning up the lines that are too large. The more practice you have with this, the easier you will be at like creating lines the first time around with the right weight. You won't have to do that. Yo, hey True Legend, what's up? What's up? By the way, I don't know if I told you this last time, but you're the reason that I'm even audible right now. Right? I invested that money it gave me into Mike, so thank you very much. I really do appreciate it. And I wanted it to go something that actually mattered. I figured this would be definitely one of the best options. Best options, not options as opponents. No, I mean, honestly, it's worth it to me. It's a win-win. Definitely good to see you, Amy. Thank you. I appreciate it. It's definitely good to hear from you. And I hope you've been well. When you open up commissions, I'm gonna need to know. Hey, yeah, I'll definitely let you know. Because to be honest, I am definitely looking to do work like that pretty soon. Like right now, maybe just this month, I'm a little busy. But other than that, my art plans are just art plans. So they can definitely be added to, or changed, or adjusted. But this month, yeah, definitely a little busy. Trying to clean up these lines so that we have something to work with. We could fade them even harder, to be honest. Yeah, especially this side. This side's a little dark. Yeah. Not exactly a proper thigh. More like that would be a proper thigh. Maybe not. I got an undercurve and then an overcurve. The issue is here. Yeah, I think the skirt drawing is what actually is the issue. It has like a pinch in here, which is like the skirt's paint issue. Oh, and yeah, and then we pulled out the top of the hip over here. That's what happened. Since we pulled out the top of the head, it created an indent. I need full sprite sheets. Oh, you talking about pixel art? So whenever you open them up, give me a price for the sets, and we will make the numbers look good. Yeah, I'll let you know. I don't know what you mean by full sprite sheets. Like, you know, that can mean a lot of things to me, at least in my head. Doesn't have to be pixel. Oh, you're just talking like game sprites. Ah, okay. Yeah, so I'm making a game. Ah, I see. Is any of that work, was there a specific piece that made you privy to that I might be able to do sprite sheets, or was it just my artwork? I have done like small, like not really game art, but small like sprites. So I'm curious whether those were what caught your eye. I watched your animations on your older streams, on your older Twitch streams. Okay. I don't remember too much of those back then. I do remember, doing the streams, but I don't remember what I was working on. Interesting. All right. Well, that's good to know. But I'm pretty sure I wasn't working on anything that looked like game art. So, so that's interesting. But yeah, I can definitely. I mean, I'm not. I don't want to. I don't want to get too ambitious, but I'd say I could help you out when the time comes. Yeah, I kept a mental log. Yeah, I made a small GIF of your character with a staff and fire. Ah, okay. Yeah, I think I definitely remember what you're talking about. My little chibi gifs. That's what I'm assuming. Those were good old times. It was a lot easier to animate small things back then. Whenever I tried to animate bigger people back then, I was like, ooh, buddy, I'm not ready. I think we're definitely getting some, we're almost there to a point where we can start rendering some of this out. May I brush this out? Why did I give her a boot? This is not supposed to be a boot. I just drew the paint wrong. Not supposed to be a boot. I draw boots too much. It's supposed to be a sock. Yeah, it's a small game with OG characters and looks. Okay. With the original characters and looks. All right. Do you have did you get any artists to make any other stuff that might be like key art, concept art, or stuff to look at? I'm just curious. Now you got me curious. Because good. I'm curious about the, what did he say? He said characters and looks. I'm curious about the looks. Unless you haven't come up with that yet. Which is perfectly fine. Alright. Yeah, I think we rendered the legs. Oh, but I'm probably gonna go take a break in a second. My stomach is still eating away at me. It's eating away at my soul. Nope, it's based off of a real person. There's a lot of art with him and stuff, but he gave me a folk design ring, so I'm here. All right. Well, okay, that's cool. I was really curious, but it sounds like it'll be interesting to get into and see what you want for your vision. I'm thinking something like this. I think this kneecap is a little wrong here. All right, this one specifically. But am I a little too lazy to try and figure out the anatomy? Is that what it is? I don't know. Why can't anatomy just figure it out itself? I don't want to figure out this anatomy. I'm just gonna draw a under curve line. That should hopefully be enough. Did my stuff go out? I just want the paint. There we go. There we go. I didn't forget about your brother. We've been rocking for almost 6 years now. Yeah. Definitely. Granted, I pieced out for a decent amount of those years, but yeah. You stopping by after a long time was quite a surprise. I was like, yo, definitely recognize that name. Look here, okay, like, yeah, I did not draw these legs right, and this paint is not helping. It really is not. It's like sending my lines probably where they shouldn't go instead of where they should. Also, the sock is too high, especially on this back side at least. That's probably where the other lines should go. The blue, the red, white, and blue. Why she got red, white, and blue? This is special. It looks like a flag. I think they put a flag on her design. All right. The funny thing is, we have enough room to like actually start rendering the legs. No, not super messy. Let me fix some of the paint jobs first, though. Paint jobs are really rough. And we'll deal with the lines and inconsistencies later. Oh, the socks have their own layer down here. Y'all. Here we go. We're just gonna do a quick job for the socks. And bring them a little bit lower because that's supposed to be red, white, and blue up here. Right, so the sock is probably like right there at best. Put this over here. Yeah, we all deal with life sometimes, but that doesn't mean much. Just regroup when it's time, and I definitely want to see your project get finished. I appreciate it. Yeah, my original project, Gang of Seven. I mean, it's literally my name. But it's funny. I definitely will be touching up on that soon. Actually, super soon. But I'm definitely nervous. I don't know what or how things are gonna go. But that I'm surprised. I definitely started that stuff way too early. but I'm more than happy to get back into it. That project will indeed continue. Oh, that's a sure thing, technically. It's probably one of the only reasons. Never mind. Anyways, let me see. Lines. I didn't really like those lines back there. I don't think they were helping much either. We could probably just paint the skirt to do whatever the skirt's gonna do back here. We don't need that super dark line. We'll add a small one so that they can have something to work with. And maybe something like this. Yeah, something like that. All right. Paint that in. Now we can get into the leg render. Now, this is where I'm bound to fail, but also it's bound to not take that long regardless. The reason I'm bound to fail is because I still haven't really gotten to my upper limit of being able to render skin. I'm still very rough at it. If I was just cell shading it, it wouldn't be a problem, but I am going to be rendering it like very, not realistic, but at least detailed enough. So that would be the tough part. Sorry if I get kind of loud. Sometimes my music gets kind of loud in my ears. So I get loud and stuff. Let me go take that break though before. Actually, we'll put in all the paint, add in one extra color, then I'm gonna go take the break. We'll just kick off the render. I wonder if I can start food. I technically need to go grocery shopping, but I should have something I can cook up or could order. But I do need to eat. I need to address the stomach eventually. We're gonna add in the dark color down here, and we'll add in the light later. Started too early. Oh, sorry. I didn't even see those small pieces coming because I was kind of getting used to seeing the jumps. My back eye. Started too early. I'll explain that later. But your music is fine and cool and vocals are good. Oh, well, I'm glad. Though I know I mumble a lot, and so it'll eventually, my mouth will eventually just start like slurring words together. But started too early. I wasn't ready to pursue being an artist, let alone my passion project, because I wasn't skilled enough, right? And there's no skill requirement to starting anything. There's just not. But I would constantly bully myself because my drawings wouldn't line up to my vision, right? What I see in my head wasn't what I got on the page, and I can tell just by, looking at other people's artwork, and that's what I see. That's what I want to see from mine. And so constantly bullying myself, the work I wasn't making wasn't good enough. And ultimately, it meant that anything that I attempted towards my project was technically subpar, right? If I made animation, it was under par from what it was supposed to be. If I made a drawing, it was under par from what it was supposed to be. If I made anything, it was under par. Now, are my shit up to par now? Is my shit up to par now? No. I mean, not technically, but one, I'm over that mental issue. But that would beat me up, right? Like having that like in my head, being like, oh, damn, none of it looks right. None of it. And then ultimately, what it does is it mentally messes with me. And then when I would post art, depending on how it was received, I would equate it to the fact that I wasn't good enough or didn't feel good enough. And then that would just, stack on the mental weight. And then it would lead me to when I finally sat down to draw, right? You got all the mental stacks in line. Now you sit down to draw. And once again, you're performing under par. It beats you up and you start disliking drawing or disliking what you're drawing. And I'm like, I'm going to do this. I'm going to post this. It's going to be negatively received. And then, whatchamacallit. And then I'm going to beat myself up about it. So what did I do? I just left. I was like, fuck it. I was not ready for this. Not in the slightest. My work I could not produce the work I wanted to see. So it didn't really make sense to be out there trying to produce work. So that's what I mean by too early, right? If I waited a little bit, just practice a little bit longer and maybe posted small things instead of trying to pursue being an artist, creating an IP, I probably would have been way better off. Your work is fire as fuck. I'm happy you got over it because I need you on my artist team without 10,000%. I appreciate it. And yeah, I definitely got over that. Oh man, I don't give a... Dude, I look at my art now and I'm like, bro, I can't even believe the shit I can do. None of this shit makes sense to me. Because, I would beat myself up all the time. So I figured, hey, I'm just a terrible artist and I will always be a terrible artist. I will never be able to do shit that I'm happy with. I would never. And then eventually, one day, throughout all those years of being away, my art just started making me happy. And I was like, oh, fuck it. I don't give a fuck if I get 0 views, 0 likes. Granted, you definitely come through. But that's what I'm saying. I'm more than happy with what I produce, right? More than happy. That mental dread will never, ever hit me again, which is nice. That's a nice feeling. I'll definitely look at my work and feel like it's not as good as I visioned, but it's way better than I ever dreamed. So, now we need to render some legs. Let me leave her off on a cool frame. We'll put the explosion back where it needs to be. I like that one. Although normal is technically closed. In fact, I do need the room normal. I'll shrink you. You can peek in. All right. Anything else we're doing? Rendering. That's what we're doing. Where are you, skirt? You are the skirt. Okay, I am not crazy. Let's add in that second color of what's... Oh man, it's always something right there. All right, there we go. Now we should be able to render the legs without seeing any stringy strands. What is that? That's a fucking strand of light from the freaking lines. All right, let me get rid of that. Are you low-key making an animated manga series? Interesting. What will I be doing with my IP? I will tell you. The plan now. One, I will definitely get chapter... Well, I don't know if I'll definitely get chapter 1 done by the end of the year. But I will I will be continuing my chapter 1 since I just got the files back. I had them lost for a while. I lost them during that time that I was away. I made like 45 pages, draft pages. They're not really good looking, but 45 full pages of the first chapter of my series. So that I'll probably make. I don't plan to do too many chapters after that, maybe 1 or 2 at best next year. But other than that, after those, I am just going to be making like random fan pieces or art pieces or animation pieces dedicated to them. I'm not going to be like laying out a bunch of chapters or focusing on the manga, or I'm not going to be focusing on like trying to create episodic deliveries or any kind of time deliveries where somebody can follow a storyline. I'm just going to make art, right? If I want to make an animation scene from like arc 5 in my series or arc 9 or whatever, I'm gonna do it, even if it's like way down the line and nobody knows what's actually taking place. It's just something for me. I'm gonna just do it, and I'm gonna make what I want when I want, as long as it keeps me happy and keeps me going. But that's the plan. The only big long-term goals for this series is probably getting chapter 1 done by the end of the year, and maybe making one big animation project, which for this year, we have gotten it started. Low-key, we should do a little bit of Mary today, just as, because it's a long-term project. Not because of anything else, except for it will take forever, and if I don't get started on the work now, I'm not going to ever finish. Luckily enough, James from years ago already got started for us. So we definitely got a little bit of something going. But yeah, we're going to have to make this a whole animation, which is about 1:40 long. And I've tested my speed in making animations so far. It takes me a couple days to make a couple seconds. Right, about 2.5 days to make like 3 seconds is about my time. Let's just say it'll be a tight schedule. Anyways, get Mary out of here because she has 1,000,001 frames. She doesn't. She has like 50, and then like 50 others that aren't on that timeline. But yeah, how are we rendering? We haven't added that second color or that third color, so I can freaking dip. Because I want to get this break done so I can come back. Let's grab our colors. Alright, brush. Alright, brush. Are you bullying me? No, now you're doing what I asked. Okay. So the problem is I have no clue what I'm going to be doing in terms of this render. I really have no clue, guys. This is what I'm saying. I don't do high level rendering well. I just don't, right? I want to, I just don't. But it is that second or that third color, so at least it's something. It should go this way. Or maybe it should go from top to bottom? Bottom to top? I have no clue. But that one looks better. So let's go ahead and smudge this. So with lighting, sometimes less is more. This is what I see from the people who are far better than I. trying to see. We probably have too much smudge going on, to be honest. Or maybe the back and forth is just the way to go. But yeah, it's probably too much smudge going on. I got a smudge up here. Hey. So a 3-point blur? Is that what I'm seeing? That's so much. That's like too many strokes for me, right? But it does work. It visually works right now. Let's get some different colors. Move down here to start encasing out the stuff here. I'm like, what's happening right now? What's on with my brush? All right, brushy. Yeah, not quite. It's not quite right. If you were to tell me that the light is hitting this much of the knee, right? If you were to tell me it's hitting this much of the knee, then this doesn't make sense. Like maybe you might get an undercurve here, but you would get like so much light here. Yeah, I'm still having issues with this is what I mean. Still having issues with my render theory. Things don't come together or how I think they should exactly. I'm not saying it looks bad in any way. It just doesn't look how I'm thinking it should. That helps, but I gotta figure out these brushes. My smudge brushes are a little odd at the moment. Also, we probably used too orange of a color. We'll see. Bro, you're incredibly skilled. Thank you. I appreciate it. Sometimes I feel like it, but still, I struggle with things. And that's the unfortunate part of being an artist. I think most people always will. Unless you're like really that good, you gotta be over a huge hill to not feel like you struggle with something. Got a little dark depth, that ambient occlusion. Ambient occlusion doesn't matter on edges, it only matters on the very specific areas where you're sure the light can't touch. Trying to remember the things I've learned. That's probably too much light, but to be honest. Nah. I actually like having all this shadow. I want more shadow, believe it or not. take is something here. Yeah, I'm gonna figure these out eventually. Like, there has to be a pattern or a rhythm to get in the effect that I want, but I'm still not using it correctly, whatever it is. Either the brushes aren't set to really do the job, or I'm just really bad at performing with the brushes to do the job, or both. Which is fine. It's just unfortunate. Trying to get this render going, brah. Trying to make it look rendered. I think we definitely have a good start going. I'm gonna go take my break, get some food started, and then I'll be back. And we'll figure out what we'll do. We'll definitely render. We'll just be probably down here on the legs. This is what we'll probably do for the end of the stream. Legs, and then if we have some time, we'll play with the hand. Or actually, we'll probably do legs, and then we'll leave the hand. I'll probably do the hand off stream while I watch some TV or something. And then we can probably animate something or have some fun towards the last 20-30 minutes. Oh yeah, Ellen's here. I forgot I was supposed to draw Ellen too. She was supposed to be mixed into this stream. That's like a full ZZZ stream, but something we can do a little offsetting. I'm definitely not playing with Norma. Her animation would take at least an hour, and I don't have that time. 40 minutes to work. Then what do I want to do? No Norma. Well, I guess we'll figure it out later. Let's finish what we were doing. Which was adding, actually, yeah, I just want to clean up a few things down here and then I'm gone. Oh, sorry. Also, I wish you and my friend Attic could talk anime. Attic? Okay. And art. You guys would zen for sure. Yeah. I mean, if there's a way, probably there will be a chance, you know. It doesn't take much to get in touch with me. Okay, it probably does take much to get in touch with me these days. But I mean, if anything, there's always that what's that thing they call things? Discord. I don't use it much, but that's the perfect chat platform if you ask me. What am I doing? I'm painting. That's why. I was like, something's off. This should be an eraser. Ooh, we gotta check this layer. Yeah, that's a mistake. Take those off. There we go. That's what we're looking for. I think I'm good. Now, how did that happen? How did that line get there? Huh? How did that line get there? Oh my god, there's dots everywhere. Where did that dot come from? Is it because there's no paint here? Yep, it was lacking paint. That's what it was. Then we'll push this back. Oh, something's going. She's from AUZ. I'm guessing that's a school. And she's an animator. She's on DC and the groups I invited you to. To the groups you invited me. Did you invite me to a Discord? I just started opening up Discord, by the way, the other day. I'm like, I'm not sure I'm not sure I saw your group when I was just scrolling through them. So maybe I didn't actually click the link yet. Also, my friend's wife, she's in the group. She made the character Morocco or Rumi from My Hero Academia. Oh, okay. Australia? Wait, Australia? Are you talking about Australia? Or is that the name of some unique school or place that I don't know? I'm not well versed in geopolitics. And I think the knees are starting to come together, right? They don't look perfect. They are starting to look rendered-ish. Here, let me paint something here. Let me paint a mid-tone. It needs it. And then we can smudge it out. Oh, really? Meeting people from across seas. I'm just typing fast and my computer is lagging. I'm trying to make stickers at the same time. Understandable. I get the struggles of machineries, making things complicated. So I totally failed at this. Yeah, this 3-point methodology is just fucking me up. Like, he can kind of get me there to making it look like the thing I'm blending is rendered. It's like how you're seeing now. But, it's a little tough. Yeah, it's a little tough. It's not perfect to where I want to go with my render. And if that's the case, all it's going to do is create more work for us. But I'm going to leave it where it is for now. While I go take this break and get food started. Before I literally die in Minecraft. I gotta stop saying stuff like that. Alrighty. I think I'm gonna leave it like this. It's normal small. Well, actually, no, we can increase the size of this bell. There we go. This will be a good be right back. I'll put it at the top of the page. Do do do. Do 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 do. This way, if I'm gone too long, which is not really gonna be that long, I'll probably be back in like 7-10 minutes. Still, it will be a break of a break. I need to get food started before I eat myself. That one I don't have to censor, but it is coming. Alright. Bale, you're coming along, but your legs are giving me issues, lady. They're giving me issues. Alright. Be right back.
Is everybody in the groove? Well, stick around. We're just warming up, baby.
All right. I'm back. Whew. Back a little sooner than expected. I ordered my food instead of starting to cook. Figured that would be simpler. But when it gets here, that'll probably mark the close to the industry. 30 minutes. Maybe I'll get it, have a few bites, and then wrap up. Should we continue to try and render some legs as poor as it as I am? So the question is, how terrible, or how do I fix it? Oh, well, we can get rid of that right now. Welcome back today. Thank you, True Legend. Always says so. I might just say that stuff, you know. Down to the skin. There we are. And don't mind that I like talk about the art a lot. I figure it's probably good in case any artist ever comes in and like silently watches, or not silently watches, or watches a VOD. Talking about like what kind of art stuff I'm doing is, I hope, helpful. That's why I'm like, should we render the legs? Should we do this? Should we do that? It's like a Bob Ross. I just added a little color dodge. That definitely helped out a lot. I don't like my blend brush, but it's doing some work right now. Just yeah, it's just funny. Sometimes it feels like or it might seem like I'm just talking into the void, talking to randos. I don't hate it, but I don't love it either. The duality of life. That's where I'm currently am in my drawing process, right? Where I'm like, I don't hate it, but I don't love it either, man. Can't wait to hit that point where I'm just like, yeah, I love it. Alright. I gotta blend down the kneecap a little bit. This light is definitely a tough puppy. You never want too much of it. I don't know what to do. I think I'm just gonna have to accept that we should keep it off of here. We should keep it off because we don't know how to use it just right just yet. It's better not to have something in there that's muddying up the drawing. Okay, so with that in mind, the next best thing would probably be to paint the line. So we paint line colors around this point. Hopefully we pick some good colors, but in all honesty, I do not have faith. If we're line coloring, may as well make this stuff big right now. I'm gonna need the room. And we're gonna need a new window. Fuck, we're gonna actually need... Oh crap. Okay, let me reposition this. Reposition this for visual. And reposition this. So visually we can see this. And then we can zoom. Alright. Guys, why are you showing me lightsabers to buy? And now we get this. Once again, line colors require multiple different colors for different areas. This is the thing that gets me the most, right? But it is most definitely a required action to curate each line color accordingly. Well, that doesn't work. I thought that was this color. It was? Well, that was a bad color. It only worked for that side. Well, apparently so. This side needs to be even brighter, but also redder. I'm not disappointed. I'll be lying if I said I was happy with the results. Could be line weight. Could be color, I guess. Well, it's not looking bad. Don't have my issues with it. Maybe add in that yellow bit right here will help. It's a bit too yellow. That's the issue. This is what I don't get, man. There definitely has to be an answer. And this is what I see the boys do. But they must have an answer to why they choose certain colors. And that's what I'm lacking. Nani? Oh. Oops. I don't care. I just overwrote one of my colors, but it's alright. It's around here somewhere. Definitely not that. Freaking what I mean, man. This is what I mean. How many different colors do I have to test on this knee before I get the right one? Somewhere around here. With a little less saturation. There we go. Legs starting to look like the legs, that's for sure, but yeah, the render's still a bit of work. Let's come down there and actually like render it out a bit. Well, now that we at least got some line colors to work with and it's not black, we should be able to make some different render choices and we can change the line colors accordingly. I don't know why there's like one line color here that's just super off. But in what way? But in what way? Alright, that's a little bit better. I at least feel like I can work around this. Alright, get this double drawing stuff going off the screen. It overloads my sensories. Okay, hate coloring lines. It is so difficult to me, but it is so like, it's very worth the trouble. Very worth. That's why you must make the hard choices. Alright, brush, I get you. Nice. Cleaning up some of these lines. Clearly they're not meeting their edges, and believe it or not, all this piles up to really break your vision of clarity. That's a little bit better. Everything looks pretty clean now. Now it looks like she has like a non-existent like upper part that's just flat as heck. But we'll get the skirt in there, and then that'll also influence a few extra shadows, right? Because there's probably a bit of shadow that probably belongs here. Thanks to the skirt. Oh, yeah. But yeah, here. It's devious. Man, I kind of like it. Anyways. All right. We can go harder, right? We can go harder in these legs. Actually, that's what we're supposed to do. Sorry. Thinking. We have to go hard. I just feel like I'm gonna end up wailing away at something that's not gonna equate to much, but we'll try our best. There's more to be done. Anything to play with though? Not really. Nothing worth playing with. Since we're talking about devious girls, nah. Low-key, that action shit was kind of cool. I'm not gonna have much of a banner anyways, but if it's gonna be a banner, it's gonna be Norma. But not that Norma. How did it get on that frame? Alright, anything else we need? Because I'm thinking of moving down to the socks, to be honest. Technically, I could add the main color dodge. Not this color dodge. Oh, wow. Her blush does a lot of harm. Look at that. It's supposed to make sense. Love, passion. Damn, her blush does a lot of harm right now, but it's alright. We'll keep it on. Color dodge is on. All that's on. I guess this would technically be a second color dodge. What we could try and do is add in that second color dodge, but it might be a little bit much because not everything else is rendered right now. So this part might be a bit much. Especially since we can still use some shadows too. Color dodge. But yeah, the white speckles. We could add these right here. What the nunny? What the what? Would it not just be in like inside the shadow area? I know, probably not. Reasonably, that's just not how light works. Well, we'll stick to the rules. stick to the rules, and then I'll go get myself a reference when I get off stream, and then we'll finalize these legs with more refined theories. I just don't feel like getting a reference at the moment. Alright, had to pick a song. Now that we're kind of moving along with the legs, we can go ahead and put in the socks and their related elements. Give me some room, Norma. Give me some room, Belle. Gotta be able to do what I need to do. Let me see that thigh. Alright, well that's not cool. Doing some liquefies, trying to get the shape to look a little bit more natural, which we're definitely accomplishing. I'm guessing there should be more shadow on this side. I'm wondering what's triggering to the eye that is incorrect. My assumption is missing some shadow here. We're gonna make it red. We're just gonna make it a slightly different color than what was on the other side. Not that red. Ooh. Ooh. Ooh, I really like that. Okay, blend it. Still gotta work on the blend brush. Still not doing this job. Still not doing this job. I mean, I haven't touched it in a while, so makes sense. There's still some minor issues. Yeah, it's the blend. At the end of the day, it's the blend, right? We can keep trucking along with this. We add in good colors, and sometimes we can't blend them in correctly. We add in proper, shadow shapes. We can't blend them in correctly. We know what our issue is when we can identify shit like that. Deal with it. My music's been all over the place. Shuffle has not been good on me. All right. It's our blender. Let's see what we can do. We're gonna bring this down to 4. Yeah. And then we're gonna knock this. We're gonna bring this over. Let's shift some of these curves. Fooling around with the properties of my blending brush right now so that we can see if we can get some different blending effects. a slightly different performance. Will it be noticeable for you guys? Probably not. Maybe, but probably not. But it's the kind of stuff that, will bug the person who's doing it. You do something, it doesn't come out right. Won't look too much different though, let's say. It's looking pretty good. This is the right one, right? Yep. Yep. Low key. I'm liking it. What about these areas? I think it's doing its job. Kind of. I don't know what it is that's like slightly off. Maybe if I shift, maybe this is supposed to be standard mode. Maybe that's what's truly off. I never try the unique things. Now let's try this blend again. Oh yeah, I like that. Yep. Alright. Let's move down to them socks. And then that'll be pretty much the legs, kinda, for now. We can probably render away at it if we want, but literally that's everything that we kind of blocked out at the beginning of the stream to do. We wanted to render the head and the face, probably get to the eyes. We got to the eyes. The biggest thing damaging this drawing right now that we accidentally didn't notice was what's the blush? Whatever that might be. Is it on multiply? No, it's on normal. Oh. But yeah, the blush, for whatever reason, she almost looks kind of better without it. I mean, yeah, I'm dealing with the color dodge down there. But I'll have to figure out how to put it in though. I think brush is important for this drawing. My headphone just went out. I don't think it's out of battery. I think it just went out. Whatever. Alright. Chill stomach, I got food on the way. Debating. What did we say we were about to do? Oh yeah, the socks. Yeah. Trying to see how much leg room she has. She has quite a bit. Her legs come all the way down here. We're talking about the sock. We'll add the other thing later, as well as these things strapped into it. Hopefully we'll be able to add them fast. I have a new technique at my disposal, and I am definitely eager to put it into work. I just learned it yesterday. Man, I love drawing. Drawing so much sometimes feels like okay, not like fighting, but it's fun when you learn new shit and you're like, oh man, I just learned this new technique. I'm gonna use it. And then you just want to use it all the time, but it's never the right time. You only can use it in them very specific points of your drawing. It's kind of like in a fight where you can only use or like in like an anime fight where they can only use their special move at the right time, or later in the fight in video games and fighting video games. It's just a unique feeling where you get like special moves. It's not special moves, but it's special techniques. Because you will understand what I mean when I when I actually do it, I'm like, shit, it feels like I unlocked a skill. Yeah, I think that's deep enough. I mean, honestly, it's probably best that we give this skill a test right now. We have to kind of shape out this, we have to shape out this, this sock a bit, right? Because it's a little too straight lined onto her leg. Which, as you can see, you'll at least give a divot and a divot and a rise and a curve, you know, just a small little divot. Boom. So that's all you need sometimes. Nothing too much. You know, I have not cleaned this line, so we may as well go ahead and clean this line right now. But yeah, it's definitely making some things, but we'll clean it up. Make sure it comes to the divot of the point, and it rises out. Now, if you really want to be that dude, just for the artists out there, if you really want to be that dude, you can get the thighs or the meat itself some bit of overlay. What this implies is that there's more skin on the bone, and when the sock, you know, comes to squeeze, some of it gets, you know, overflowed. Same thing with the chest, same thing with hips. They can be straight, they can be normally divot. Although you shouldn't do things super straight edge like originally. But it can be normally divot, or they can have like a little bit of excess flow over. What do they call it? Overflow? Something like that. Which am I digging? Do I like it more than before? Kinda do. It's not entirely necessary, but kinda do. I think it's there too. Look at that. She has a little bit of a curve right before it reaches the side. Had I just looked closely. Stomach, I swear to Bob. It's just like raging at me right now. All right. This is so. I do believe we're done with that side. We could try and add in the thing right under the knee. The knee is like right here to here. Maybe I positioned the knee a little strange. We'll work on the render to really flesh that out. But I think we can get the band here. I think we have just enough space to put it in, right? It might be a little bit higher than on the original, but I also don't want to lose too much of the sock, so we're probably just gonna cheat it. It's not that big of a deal, right? If I make the sock a little bit higher and therefore the band a little bit higher, it won't be the end of the world. I swear to God, it's almost rumbling to the point where I'm scared that you guys can hear it. And it's not like I haven't eaten. I ate today. This bitch is spoiled. Maybe I've worked out too much, and so it's eating away at more to heal itself. I don't give a fuck. We had a meal. We got to give it a little overflow like the other side. Clean up some of this. There's a lot of dirty lines. A lot of dirty lines. Unnecessary. Alright. Continuing on. Oh yeah, I never checked my YouTube. It could have. I was scared it was probably down. I gotta worry about YouTube sometimes. Sometimes the music. Alright. Let's keep going. And that's a nice overflow. There's not much of a divot coming from the sock itself though. Right? And you cannot overlook it. The need for the divot. What's in here? Alright, solid. We might need to do some field jobs. But that should essentially be all the lines we need to get started. I did want to redraw these other legs, but I think we'll probably be better off trying to puppet warp them. And then redrawing them if we are readjusting them from that point if we need to. But not to get distracted. Still a few things to do. Let's fill it out. Alright, solid. There's a little bit of overflow over here. Not entirely super important, but just in case. Yeah, I'm on the wrong layer. I knew that. I knew that. Yeah. And let's do the special technique. It is time. It is time for special technique. Now, how to actually do this is gonna be whatchamacallit, because I should explain this as I'm about to go through it. How to actually do this? Because I'm not doing it right now. It's not what I'm doing. But how to actually do what I'm about to do? You have to have the right kind of brush setup. I will probably explain the brush setup on another day, but explaining the technique is pretty simple enough. So basically, boom, and you'll see what's actually being done here with this technique in just a moment. So boom, all this stuff is gone, right? All this stuff that was right there, all the stuff that we removed was done with this technique. So all this extra stuff that's really giving off the character vibe and keeping us in line with the character's design, we're all added with this technique. And hopefully you'll see why. So we're going to set up this, our front foreground color to black. And we're making a band. What's the band? Let's start it at, what would be the easiest way to do it? If we have to darken it, the easiest way to do this would be to make it white. So our main color is going to be the white color of the band. It'll be the lightest color. That's the best color to always pick. So down here, let's give ourselves another window as well, just so we can see how we're applying this. Yeah, this one could be over here. It's not as important that we see the main part, but it would be nice. So on our layers, we could do it on this or on this. We could do it on this one. Now, which size do we want? We'll start with the first size. See if it's nice and easy. It's not half bad. But I think the size is a little strange. But, as I was saying. So, as you can see, we have a fill with an outline. And essentially, this saves us trouble of actually having to fill these things out or draw them out and outline them out. Instead, you could just do simple strokes and it'll create an outline for it. And almost start to get effects. It saves you an entire lining process, which will save you hours on actions. Hours. From shaping out what you're about to add to lining it up. Nah, just a couple strokes. It does the outlining process for you. And there are ways to paint the lines that we'll go over, as well as ways to paint within the lines. So there's ways to do both. And that's essentially how we make stuff up here. These small details on the hat, we plug those in super fast. We made this N over here. It has outlines, although it's kind of choppy because I was not very straight. Small things out here. We haven't correctly shaped them, but just plugging them in took like literally seconds. And it adds all these extra details that makes the character come along. But as for this band, yeah, let's try a different brush. The line is a little thick, and honestly, I think this line is thicker. So we might be in a little bit of a pickle. We may actually have to go create a new brush so that the lines aren't this thick. Because I could make the brush this small, but then we're going to take a while to stroke around this, you know. And by a while, I just mean like a few moments, but still, it takes a minute. And then we could take this, if it's not liquefying right around the leg. Start shifting it. If we didn't quite stroke right? And even if you come down here and move that, you can still come back and paint some more if you need to. So that's the glory of this thing, right? This technique, this secret technique. It saves you ample amount of time doing certain things like adding trinkets, extra claws, extra small bits of closing, to the point where you can finish up a character design pretty fast, giving you more time to do things like rendering the face, the legs, the outfit. But how to actually get a brush like this, that's more complicated. But I will be going over it because I seemingly have to make a new one. The only thing is you're subject to like the line weight, which means you have to make a new brush for every time you want to make a different line weight. That's the only thing that's kind of eh. Alright, let's liquefy some of these edges. Because those are what's really feeling off, right? The edges need to actually wrap around the leg. It's a little hard to do first time around. Anything, we'll probably have to come down with an actual line brush and line them in. But this gives us a great thing to start with. I think that's about enough. And then she has a brown band on top of it. Ooh, we should have put this one on the bottom. In fact, let me cut that off. I'm gonna attach this to these. And then we're gonna put a brown one on top of this, a dark brown one. Though we should like go change our line weight. I'm just a little lazy. Making the brush takes a little bit of time. Not a little bit of time, but it takes a little bit of time to get right. So don't mind me if I decide to avoid it. So the band goes all the way up. Is that what I'm saying? And it's not that long. It stops like here. It's also not this dark. It's not that light either. Alright, this is gonna be some trouble. Twist the red. Oh, but you can already see, I'm not like sitting out here trying to draw, sketch these things in, see where they fall. Nah, bro, I'm just like, let me fill paint, line, and all at the same time. You know? And then if I need to come in and draw an actual line myself, I can just do that. That's what's stopping me. Right? We come in and refine the idea. So honestly, I think this one wants to come out a little bit, right? It wants to be above it just a bit. Ooh, we get a little bit of blur. I don't want it to blur, but I do want it to come up. There we go. We'll have to go over this line again myself. Because I don't want it to be blurred. I want it to be pretty sharp. Alright. Then we can rock the fill itself too. Fill that job. Now let's give some color to the white. We can also shift this a little bit. It's a little weird down here. In fact, let's shift it from up here. It's a little weird. Let's see, like that. Does that work though? Maybe the issue is at the bottom. What's the bottom, man? What's the bottom, man? Alright, I think we're getting pretty bailed out. Ooh, we did the rookie mistake. We did all that while flipped. We did the rookie mistake. A lot of this is throwing off some of the curves. Let's grab these two. We'll just have to let them blur. There's no stopping it now. We need to move these ever so slightly so that they don't create some weird distortion effect. That's what the flip is for. There we go. It's a little less distorted. I think it's really distorted because of this backside. For whatever reason, I'm reading it like it should come up. But that seems like it's going to be hard. You know what? Let's do it. Put it up here. And like I said, I can come up here and we can redraw the lines. Yeah. All right. How about we add that red and blue to the band down here? So on the band layer, create a darken. It's just typical, like, national red and national blue kind of colors. Alright, so we're gonna try and get as pure as possible, but not be too saturated, not be too dark, not be too light. Let's give this a try, shall? Hey. Wrong actions. On the wrong layer, too. There we go. Yep. Works just fine, but that is super dark. Maybe we can chill it out. Now the shape sucks because the liquefied shape of the actual thing sucks. We're going to try and shape it for the actual leg and work a little bit on the line later. We had to liquefy it quite a lot to put it back into its proper position. Which we probably would have gotten wrong if we drew it anyway, so trust me, it wasn't the whole technique. This kind of stuff happens all the time. We have to like morph a band or something to wrap around the subject correctly. Speaking of which, we can come down here, probably do some lines. This isn't really a national red, but I figured that's a pretty, like, I'm judging it based off this right side. Right. It's looking like it might be worth. I don't know. You know. It's at least something we could start with. Alright, what else we got down here? We got a buckle. Is that a buckle? Oh god, it has a buckle. I gotta make a whole new layer for that. Hit it with the black. We'll use the line weight that we're rocking right now. Even though it doesn't seem to be doing good at this size in particular, but it's fine. We do our best regardless. Because like we said, we can always come in and draw it manually, the line adjustments. Oh, I'm not on the layer. I was like, this is not working. There we go. That buckle's a little weirdly shaped. Maybe like down here, maybe up here. You can always, Alright, I think my liquefy sucks. Right, I think it's really bad right now. I have made some adjustments to it recently. So I wouldn't be surprised if it was just a little off worthwhile. Make some more adjustments. If it's not doing its job, may as well change it. Specs of it's a bitch. I think her leg needs to be big. I think her abs needs to be bigger. But if it gets bigger, we lose. We lose the sight of this. I see why I did this. I tried to cheat it. Oh, my DoorDash has been dropped off. I tried to cheat it though. She has this on both sides, right? Look at that. Some symmetry in ZZZ or in a Hoyoverse game. Let me go get my food. It's outside. Let me see if we can't put in the other band real fast. And then I'll go grab it. I mean, we probably won't have to see the buckle on this side, so that's a positive. But yeah, this is what I mean. Adding trinkets like these. Look at all these trinkets that we just added with this, or that we added with this technique. You just add to the character. It is worthwhile to have a brush that can fill and outline at the same time. No good to have. Will you be able to tell me sorry with a straight face? Me sorry. If we were trying to do this strategically, let me add some stabilization. Hold on. Like by wrapping it around the forearm right now. Okay. By the way, you might be actually seeing those lines that I'm saying. It's pretty easy to fix. I mean, you just paint them out. It's not really a big deal. But sometimes they're there. Sometimes they're not really that visible. Depends on like the size. All right, now let's destroy this. and make a line ourselves. I'm about to go get my food. Once this line, oh, I'm on the wrong freaking color. I forget sometimes. But yeah, having something that can really like kick you off for the for whatever you're trying to do is nice. It is indeed nice all. And boy oh boy has a sped up workflow. Imagine having to like draw this band over here. We would have never gotten it done while my food was literally sitting outside. But that's what I mean about using special techniques. I really can't use this brush anywhere else except for when I'm trying to make trinkets. Additions to the already existing image. Using it to like make a silhouette, maybe, man. It's tough. Alright, let me go. Oh, cancel. I meant to close you. That's what I do. But I'm actually gonna be right back this time. But I'm probably gonna have a bite, and then we'll put in the last little colors of her stuff for our socks and our band. But we'll reshape it a little bit over time. But having it in there is cool. You know? But yeah, let me do a little yapping. I'll have a quick snack, and then we'll figure out what we want it down for the stream. We are now in the final periods, slightly longer than a 4-hour stream. Be about 5 hours. Here, I'm gonna mute while I open up my stuff. by some weird train of events, even though I went out there pretty fast, this baby feels kind of cold. Maybe the DoorDash person had to hit a couple other people's deliveries before they got to mine. I'm gonna be frankly honest. It's cold and they skimped me on portions. I'm not feeling too happy. No, I ain't that mad. I don't care. It's DoorDash. I don't expect perfection. But when I'm there, I can at least watch and be like, I ain't feel, or open it up and be like, could you feel this out a bit more? You know, like not being mean. Cause ain't no way they left that much of a gap. Ain't no way. But whatever. I'm gonna go warm it up. I have to. I'm be right back. Alright, now it's hot. At least it's hot. Oh, let me go. I gotta go get something else. It's always something. We left something over there. So unfortunate. I wish I could draw and eat at the same time. Also, these Porsches are pissing. They're not pissing me off. But man, you know what's really unfortunate about this? The unfortunate thing about getting skipped on portions when you do something like DoorDash is that you definitely paid extra for the DoorDash delivery. So not only did you pay extra for the meal, but then you got less too. It's a double whammy. Let me go get my thing. I'm back. Had to yap it up. I am back. I don't use DD, I get bulk Costco. Wait, what? Yes, a slap in the face. I don't use DoorDash, I get bulk Costco. Yeah, smart move. Small move. A few more bites satiate my stomach. It knows it was talking bull, or it was grumbling over some bullshit earlier.
Is everybody in the groove?
We definitely ate.
Stick around. We're just warming up, baby.
And one more. Alright, I'll finish the rest of that off there. Okay. So for the final little wind downs, that was like a 10-minute intermission of getting the food, eating the food, and all this stuff. But I was talking during it sometime. Maybe even more. To wind down, let me get the blue and the red in on this side too. I'll definitely have to shift these colors. They're not perfect, but I decided to do something that was a little less saturated just so I can potentially play with them. I think it's gonna work out when I have to render it. So it's over here. We grab the red, we grab the blue. We go ahead and add these in. Yeah, we can play with that as time goes. If anything, I could just be quick about it. Give these guys a nice quick multiply. Set up a multiply from here all the way back. To actually saturate the colors. And this we would probably have to do each multiply separately. Like the blue, the white, the red, to actually get the proper color tones we're looking for. But that's a nice quick fix for now. Bada bang. So you don't get to do stuff like add a quick band like that. I'll explain it later. Another time when I go over the actual brush, which will probably be next stream. This stream was just the introduction. But bam, we got that trinket done. We can at least worry about rendering that and making it look better rather than actually putting it in. Do some minor detailing on the socks, and then I think we're gonna be good for the drawing for the day. Or at least on stream drawing. I might get back on stream next time and it looks a little different. It'll just be me drawing off stream. Alright, what were we doing? Adding details. Adding details. down to the sock layer. We should have gave this a color by now, but we didn't. There it is. Let's give it a color. Actually, no. You know what? We're about to make a color right now anyway, so we'll make this the color once we find it. Ooh, someone just... Yeah, I know who that is. Oh, my ears. Where did my phone go? There's no way I left my phone outside. Are you shitting me? And it's not outside, it's like in the room right outside. Oh my god. Why do I suck at this, man? I just got comfortable. I'll upload myself before I down my phone. The funny part is I can hear it in my ears. Man, this sucker got some good range. I can't walk more than like a half step away from my computer without my Bluetooth going out on my headphones. This was like yards away from me. Ouch. What? Okay, sorry for all the noise and the comeback. Shouldn't have even needed to get up. Anyway, what were we doing? Detailing. Want it to be more saturated and darker. Well, that's not. It's definitely darker. It's way more saturated. Alright, I think that's about where we want it. Make it more red. And right around here is right around what we want. Alright, so what are these details? Looks like we have a line here. I'm really failing at this, the wraparound. But I'm trying my best. I got a re-ghost, or I had to go study again. Who had the freaking tutorial on this? I think it was Kawaii Sensei. Once again, another mention of Kawaii Sensei. The man is a genius. And not the crazy kind of genius, just like impressive. I've never seen somebody make work that with like, man, why is this shit so simple? It's so clean. So fantastic. Okay. And there we go. I'll make it like that. And then it makes a circle. Pretty straightforward. So there are circles inside of decals. Shouldn't be too hard. I didn't work this circle right, but I was thinking it'll be fine. This circle needs to be wider. It should be the widest, if not. Yeah, it should definitely be the widest. That means we push all this information elsewhere. We need another circle here. I think we got the design. We can probably go ahead and just fill all this in a second. But let's get the other side. Get a second. Let me clean that part up. Alright. We'll fill all that in a second. So this one we won't even see the bottom really, won't we? Will we? Probably not. Alright. So I guess our best bet would be to start with the circles and then go from there. Start with the biggest one, maybe right here. And then make another. It should be thinner, so we can make this one just slightly bigger. Slightly bigger. And then another one, it should be even thinner. And then we shouldn't even really see the next one much at all, if we even get much of that information. And then go in the other direction. Oh yeah, I'm probably not using my hard line, am I? No. Alright. Think we got it. I wonder if we can make it fast on ourselves. We cannot. Because there's stuff under here that we can't see. Well, what if it references all layers? Well, no. That's not what we wanted to do. We'll just have to do the long way. I should have stabilized this. Crap baskets. I knew I was going to mess it up. Try again. Next time I won't stop it, but it was not stabilized at all. Well, it was stabilized, but it wasn't very great. Alright, nice. And now we just block that out. Boom. Boom. Start putting in these sides. Now the thing is, we might have to extend the shape of these circles a little bit. It looks like they make like almost non-existent lines out of these areas sometimes. But it's nice to have this simple shape to relationship of a skew for the time being. But we'll definitely shape them out to just be a little bit more edge touching. Oh. 11. Rolling around to the 5-hour mark, but I think I'm probably gonna do that edge stuff off stream. Is that my hair? It is. Anyways, I'm probably gonna do the edge stuff off stream though. Do. Since we're right around the 5-hour mark. kind of want to start extending closer towards 6. I got a lot of other things I should be, or that I have to do today. All right, nice. Well, we got our socks kind of in there. That didn't take too long. Excluding the food, it was probably like 30, 40 minutes. Yeah, and that will wrap up the stream. Belle has come along. The outfit is probably going to be the next or really final big thing for this part of this drawing. Or at least this, like, of course there's going to be like fun like cleanups and touches and stuff and like detailing that's going to go on, but I'm talking about the getting some of the major sense in there so that we can see the character. The last major rendering is the outfit, which might be hard, might not be. It kind of just, it's kind of a coin toss. I wish we could have got to some of this Norma animation and get the Bang Boo moving his arms, but I'll have to save that for another time. Bill didn't take longer than I guess it took a little bit longer, but yeah. So what? But alright. That'll be the end of the stream. I'll see y'all later. And thanks for stopping by, True Legend. I don't know if you're still here, but if y'all, I'll see you later.